Right, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Rogodarius. I'm the creator of Startron. I'm going to be doing a bit of a bug finding session here on version 0.139. See what I can find before it goes to Steam, and yeah, do a long play in the process. Should be quite a long video, but yeah, hopefully show off lots of the gameplay, lots of the features and things like that. Hopefully explain a few things along the way. So I'll just watch the intro just for completion's sake and we'll get into it. Right, let me just check my options a minute, make sure I've got everything I want. Most of this is the default, so we'll just keep it that way. That's fine. And I'll do the tutorial, just so we've got everything down. So yeah, just explaining the prompts in the bottom left and the bottom right. Anything that you can do in the game will be highlighted in a little red character highlight on the prompt itself. Just turn my volume down a bit. Make myself think. Okay, let's go to this planet. Never mind this fake concourse. So for people who aren't aware, Startron is a space exploration sandbox type game. People compare it to things like Dwarf Fortress, but it's not really that similar, to be fair, other than art style. It's more like things like RimWorld and Factorio, really, but even then, it's kind of its own thing. So what I've just done there, for clarity's sake, is I've just zoomed into a planet. I've built a little mine shaft there, and a solar collector and a dwelling to furnish the resources it needs to work. And now it also have to, so once speed up time, so that's going to output a bunch of cronk ore into the yard that I've connected to it as well. So this would happen sort of real time in the game. This is just for the purpose of the tutorial. It's sped up for brevity's sake. So I've added a bit to the tutorial. We've now got this other ship that's just flown in, and it's trying to get you to go through the motions of instructing this other ship to go off and do things for you that are useful as well. So the other ships can form part of the automation sort of chains that you're doing. So yeah, I'll add a new order. It's going to load anything on planet, and we'll go back. So it's always like a two-handed sort of two-sided thing. You set where you want it to go, and then you set where you want it to end up. So now it's telling me to go over to the asteroids and plonk it down here. New order, change the order to unload. So this other ship will just constantly go through these two things now. It'll just constantly pick up and fly to the other planet or wherever entity and unload them. So it's off doing that. Yeah, let's speed up time again. So, you know, the result of that will be that this yard is now full of cronk from the other planet, and then this is the yard where it's processed all of that from this refinery that was set up here as well. So I want me to beam all that up. Yeah. And then the tutorial just carries on as it was. Just go to the station, zoom into the little dock, go to the scrapyard, and hold down that to sell it. There we go. We've made 135 chits of profit from selling cronk bars. I made sure that cronk bars were a sellable resource because it seemed a little bit kind of unbalanced before, that there was only, I think the only sort of tier 2 resources you could sell were like gomium bars and powdered radium, and they weren't always accessible, so I stuck some cronk in there as well. So yeah, there we go. Yep, that's the end of the tutorial. So let's generate a little cosmos. I like to call them pocket cosmos because there's not that many systems in them, but there's enough to keep people busy. So we've got 4 races that we can choose from now. There used to be cats, dogs, there's now monkeys and rats. And what should I go with? Let's have the challenge of monkeys. Just They give you more workers, but you get fewer chits, so you kind of have to get it right first time. The other ones are a little bit more forgiving, especially Rattos. You don't get oracot fruits to start off with, so you can't do like a farming operation off the bat, but you get a lot more fluff, so you can be doing things like extractors earlier. And the catos and doggos, yeah, we've all seen them a million times. So let's do monkeys, and you give it an interesting name. Milry Cloud, that'll do. Let's generate this cosmos. I deliberately chose the word cosmos just because I feel like the word galaxy is kind of overused in sci-fi, so I was like, right, let's just call it something else. Not universe, not galaxy, it's a cosmos. Why not? Let's be different. Cool, so we've got this now. Let's go in, and here we are. So, for people who don't know, I'm a little ship flying around above my home planet. That's me flying with a little blue trail in the middle of the screen there. This is my home world. I can't modify anything on my home world because it's a bit kind of like, well, yeah, you're in space, you know, where's the fun in that? So it mostly serves as a fuel source. So there's always this starting petroop station on any home world. And there's these two little pumps here that you can use. I can interface with them and I can refuel my petroop charges at any time. I'm not going to do that right now because I am pretty low on cash and I need all of that for the colony that I'm about to start. And I don't really plan on going anywhere for the time being. So yeah, I can zoom out. There's my home world, and I've got a transmission to say, yeah, cool, we're in space, let's get on with things. I'm just going to zoom out and check that I've got some good prospects. So I do have 3 systems I can go to nearby. I just want to make sure that whenever I start a new cosmos that I've got something I can go to, because sometimes you can end up generating on the end of like an arm or something, and it's like there's only one direction you could go. And it makes things a little bit more difficult, especially with the monkeys, because you are limited on some of this money. So yeah, also after, so yeah, it's just telling me, you know, don't be silly, don't go places if you can't get the fuel for it. It's very much an aspect of the game that I intended. I didn't want space travel to just be like, yeah, you can go anywhere. I wanted it to be you need to plan for this, you know, you need the fuel to do this right, so you can't expand too far too early. It makes the cosmos a little bit more of a goal to reach everywhere, rather than just kind of, yeah, here's a sandbox, I can do everything I want. So yeah, let's have a look around some planets first before we do the transmissions. We've got some normal planets. I've got one with oxorine. That is useful, and a puff plant right off the bat. Those of you who've played it before know how valuable puff plants can be, so that is useful. We've got an oracot plant as well. Yes, he's oracot fruit. I'm gonna do a fluff. Yeah, cool. It's got a volcano, and it's got gomium. It's got potanium ore. So that's fine. I might use this planet. This could be a good one. That's cool. What else we got? Got some gas giants. Are there any sky whales on that one? Not seeing any sky whales. No. What's this one? Is there any sky whales on it? Okay, that could be a problem. Could do with one of them. Can work around it, but that's fine. Okay, so we got a comet here. That just has some nipper on it. We don't need that right now. Nipper is much more useful later on, unless we're trying to build conduits. But I'll actually just buy those. That does look like they end up being useful. And nitygen, yes, cool. That's good. Looks like quite a good starting system actually. On this one, I got nitrogen, good. Okay, right, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get some of this nitrogen, I'm just going to put it back next to those plants, just so they can be growing while I'm doing some other things. So, let's go to that one. I'm just going to flag it as green for plant, sure. So, just because it's not necessarily apparent, all of the things I'm doing, I'm mostly using WASD to move around, or sometimes the arrow keys. You can use the numpad to do this. That was recently added. You can zoom in and out with plus and minus and things. But all the prompts and things that I'm doing, all the keys I'm pressing, they're all in the bottom left or the bottom right. So it's mostly things like zoom in, zoom out, pick up, flag. It's all, yeah, it's all written down there. So let's go find this puff plant. and put down nitrogen. Yeah, there's another one there. Handy. And I got a seed. Excellent. And put down nitrogen there. Right. As I have a seed, I'm just going to plant the other one right next to it. I might as well stick my other oracots down as well. Save you having to go through to the cargo hold every time you want to, the cargo bay every time that you want to beam something down. I've added the ability to track things in there, so I can track how many oracots I have even when I'm outside of the cargo bay. And with that set, I'm able to use V on the bottom left there to put things down without having to go into the cargo bay every single time. So it's much easier for planting seeds and stuff. So there we go. I've got all my oracot plants and I've got some puff plants going. So they can be doing things in the background while I am building and sorting the storyline, etc. out. Right, so let's go to the space dock, which is what it told us to do. It's like, yeah, go to space dock 1 in the home system where you are. So let's go in. So this bit is mostly just a sort of visual representation of the space station. It's not hugely useful at this stage in the development. For those of you who aren't aware, Startron is just, it will always get updates. I'm continually updating Startron. I've been doing that for 5 years and I don't intend to stop. Just because it's going on Steam does not mean I'm going to stop doing that. So there may be other things that go on this surface level of the space station in future. I want to keep some of that a little bit secret, but we'll see how we go. There are sometimes fuel petro pumps on the outsides of space stations though, which is easily missed, so watch out for those. This one doesn't have one. It's just got a dock, so let's zoom in, interface with it. So I'm on the space station and I'm being told by Monkey Command or wherever they are, go and get some things like glass crayons, stuff like that. Most of that I'm going to find in the bar, so the prompts and stuff in the bottom left and the bottom right change depending on your perspective. Obviously I've got a few different things here on the bottom right. I can freely walk around these space stations and other interiors. I've got my ship back here as well. This isn't just the space station, I can walk all the way through my ship as well, so this is into the engineering section and things like that. I wanted that to be quite seamless because I find that quite jarring in some games. And I certainly didn't want it all to just be menus. So yeah, I'm in the space station, but I've got prompts that I can use, so I want to go straight to the bar. I can just press that. It will now navigate itself there, or I can double press it and it will just go straight to it, just to save, faffing around with an interface that's, it's a nice to have the 3D, but it's absolutely not crucial to gameplay, so that's fine. Right, so we want some juice, we want some crayons. What else do we want? We need glass. That comes from the parts store, which is next door. Let's have some glass. And the rest is in the yard. I don't know, I said most of it was in the bar. It's sort of evenly split between the shops. I think I did that deliberately just so that people are accustomed to using all 3 shops, because they all do different useful things. 3 earth bars and a stiff fibre. Cool. Right, so we got what we want. Do I want anything else in here before I get going? No, I think that's probably good enough. Okay. There are other things on the space station as well. There's the little admin area. If you end up causing anything that causes or incurs a fine, you'll be directed here before you can leave. You're not allowed to leave the space station if you've still got money in your account and you've got a fine. But this also allows you to track bounties and hand them in on three pirates that are roaming out there in the cosmos. I think from memory it finds the 3 sort of nearest pirates. I think there's more than this out there that it could work with. And if I wanted to, I could mark that as a bounty. I could zoom all the way out to the cosmos view and it would show me, like, yeah, there's a pirate here, or it was here. Go hunt for it. You can track them down, talk to them, they'll give you an apology, and you can hand it in here for a bit of money. It is a way to make money. It probably needs a little bit of balancing, just based on the amount of fuel and things that are involved versus the reward that you get, but it's there, it might prove useful. The other one that we've got, which is available on your ship as well as the space station, is the Cosmic Database, which has in recent versions had a massive overhaul. It's pretty comprehensive now compared to the old version, if anybody remembers that. Every sort of useful concept, I think, has a page and links between them and things. If you want to go between pages, it's a case of go like right onto the page, and then you've got numbered links, so I can go straight to like Plasnon or whatever by pressing 1. So I would strongly encourage new players, anyone who's not sure of a thing. Even I come in here, if I'm like, oh, how do you make this again? It's just, yeah, go find the thing you're trying to make, conduit, and I'm like, right, it's made in a factory, it's nipper, like that's where you get nipper from and things like that. So the cosmic database can be an incredibly useful resource. It is pretty much mirrored on the website as well, so those of you who want to play with two screens, you could have that up on the other screen. There'll be links to that all over the place. I think there's one in the credits as well in the front, in the main menu. So yeah, is there anything I want to check out in here? This is quite a valuable page. This will ultimately be the pattern that's showing on the right there. The animation is ultimately what I'll be sort of creating. It's a sort of standard pattern of how you would want to lay out a fairly optimal layout for mines, refineries and factories and things. There's nothing stopping you doing it different ways. I'm sure there might even be better ways to do it, especially if you've got multiple feeding in and different power sources and things like that. But this is sort of the starting pattern I'm going to go with, and I would recommend others use. So yeah, let's go. What do we want to do? It's trying to get us to go build a mine. Of course it is. Right. What have I pressed? I must have gone to cargo bay or something. So yeah, just while we're here, this is the ship. You've got the bridge up here. You can do all kinds of other things in the bridge. Some of this was covered in the tutorial. You've got the ship's screen there that you can do all kinds of fun things with. There's some other little ancillary rooms. There's some bits where I might stick some other things later. Things like the cargo hold, which I briefly showed a minute ago when I was shuffling around the plants and seeds. The cargo hold is all represented in 3D here. There is some there is a feature where you can have things like enriched rhenium in the cargo hold that just got added, and whatever's next to it, if it's like a seed or a plant, I think it can be like mutated into other things. So it is a way to get some resources if you don't have them. I think you could technically, yeah, you could get hold of a puff seed if you had an oracot seed and you put it next to a enriched uranium. But obviously, it's the getting hold of the uranium. The uranium is the challenge there. So yeah, that's the cargo hold. What else we got? We got engineering as well. That's probably the only other useful one. So in here we've got ship components. Those all come with the ship. That's all documented in the database. And then we've got slots for additional add-ons and things. I may refine some of this later and make it a little bit more sort of visual and interesting. But it's pretty kind of like you put them in and then you don't really think about the screen too much once everything's there. There's other interfaces for this sort of stuff. Like you would use all of these add-ons on the bridge and things like that, or they're just passive. So yeah, this isn't hugely important at this stage anyway, so we'll come back to that, no doubt. So, what does it want us to do? Go off and find a place to mine. So, I think I said I wanted to use this planet, Monkeys 3, and I'm going to go harvest some plants a minute, just when I can. Yeah. So just, again, for reference, all I'm doing is just flying over them, pressing space, and it's picking up whatever was on the plant, which were mature at the time, so I'm getting the fruit off of them. In the case of a puff plant, the fruit is useless, but it's giving me fluff as a byproduct. It serves the same purpose as calling it the fruit. Yeah, so I got some fruit, I got some oracots and fluff, and I'm going to go find a nice gomium seam where I can build near to it without trampling on other things. That's a good one. That's a good one. Should I do? I don't really like the shape of any of them. So a recent thing that was added to Startron was that you don't have to have the mines directly on resources anymore. They'll pull from nearby. So there is a little bit of strategy to get like the maximum output by sort of putting them in the right position. I think this one's going to have to do. Let's just get this fluff a minute. So I'm going to open the build menu with U there, U for build, just because B goes to the bridge. There's a sort of general rule with the prompts there. I was going for the first letter that isn't unavailable for something else, so if it seems unintuitive that build would be U, it's just because, as I say, B was already taken, and if something else needed a U key, then it would get the next letter along, so there is some logic to the prompts. And finally, ultimately, you know, you can see there I've got build space in the bottom left. You know, all those keys that are part of the word build have been used, so I've had to go with something else, and it's in brackets afterwards. So sometimes the rules get broken, but they're always in brackets, so you can see them clearly. So yeah, let me stop waffling and we'll build some stuff. So I'm going down to the mine, and I've got everything I need, thankfully, from the prompts they wanted us to go and build, buy everything from the space station. So I have everything. I'm going to build a mine, and I can see it's underneath my ship. When I hover it, I've got a catchment area, so I can see that all of these gomium ores here are all inside that catchment area, so it's a pretty good output. I'm only missing 2 pieces, so that'll do. I'll cope with that. I could build it on top of it, but it gets more complicated for things like roads and conduits and stuff. To be fair, someone probably could find a good, you know, a more optimal solution for that, but yeah, this will do for now. For me, what do they want? The transmission. Yeah. Telling me to go build the dwelling and the sunlight absorbers and things like that. You can sort of, if you know what you're doing, you can just skip these transitions. That's why I seem like I don't really know what they're saying, because I'm so used to doing all of this I don't really read them anymore. So yeah, as I say, it wants me to build a road and a conduit, so I'm going to stick the conduit out the top here. And you can see I'm already sort of planning for the next thing in that pattern that I briefly showed earlier, so I'm going to build a sort of upside down U there, and U for the road as well. And now this planet does have an atmosphere, so I do need to watch when it comes to pollution coming out the refinery. It's another reason I choose this pattern, because the pollution generally generates in an area equivalent to the catchment size, so it's a sort of 5x5 grid around the refinery, which would be here. Thankfully, if I put the dwelling here, it's outside of that pollution range. The reason that that's important is that if pollution is adjacent to a dwelling, it will kill the occupants, so you just end up wasting the workers inside. So yeah, build a dwelling and build a sunlight absorber. So yeah, you can see the sunlight absorber there is trickling power along the lines that it can find to the mine. The direction that the Z's or Z's are going in is not representative of any direction of flow. It is just an animation. It's kind of like SimCity 2000. Like, it was just little animations of trains. They're not really representative of anything. That is just basically a limitation of the implementation that I've gone with. It's all of the resources along lines and yards. They all use like a flood fill effect, just to kind of keep things efficient. And I'm stupid and can't work anything better out. So yeah, they're all going along any of those yards, roads and conduits that you can find, that it can find. So as I say, the direction of the Z's is not representative of any flow. And then we've got the dwelling here. If I press C, this was all in the tutorial, and then put a worker in like that, then it will also fill up the roads like that. So you can see the little happy faces. They represent worker power, if you like, and they're all filling up those roads, and the mine will be able to use anything that's directly adjacent to it on one of those. So the conduit has a Z on it, the road has a little happy face on it, so it can use those. So yeah, I think it's registered that, and it's telling me, yeah, go do the next thing, which is put a yard down next to it. So there we go. You can see there that the yard has just plonked out a little gomium ore that it's dug up into the yard, and you can see these little red lines coming out, which tell you it's a visual indication as to like where it's able to grab from. I felt that massively helped sort of comprehension as to what's going on with these automation things, because otherwise it's always a bit kind of just behind the scenes, stuff just kind of happens and you're like, well, why did that happen? So it made sense to put like a visual indicator to say this is where it grabbed it from. And the same would be true from the refinery, which we're about to build now, just there. And put some yards down. So the refinery will also similarly grab with a little red grabby arm, just like that, from any yards that are within its 5x5 catchment area, and it will pump out into any adjacent yard, which is indicated by that little red and blue arrow that you can see flashing just left of my ship there. So that is a gomium bar in the yard that it's just made, and that's them going, yeah, whoopie-doo, we've done that, and we've got a little permanent off-world colony now, so we've got some resources coming out. So I can pick these up and ultimately sell them. I want to gather a few, sort of make it you know, worth my while doing that. And the best way to do that is to make sure that there's enough of a yard to collect them in. So I can be off exploring, doing other things, and this can be filling up that yard so that when I come back I've got enough to go send them to the space station and sell them for the next thing that I want to build. That's good. Look, I've got a gemstone just been dug up as well. Mines will have a random chance to dig up a gemstone. They are useful later on, but you want to start collecting them early if you spot them. Not, you know, the least for the reason that they end up clogging up the yards anyway, because I don't want gemstones in there, I want gomium in there. So, yeah. Right, so, let's pick up some of these gomium bars, sell them at the space station. And you can, people probably haven't realised this yet, but you can hold control and press backspace to just sell all of them. Saves you having to hold it down if there's like 100 of them. That was something that somebody requested actually as feedback in the Steam demo. It's certainly useful. You can technically do it for control and buy as well, but I wouldn't recommend people do that because it's just going to buy like 1,000 of everything. You know, if you've got loads of money, then yeah, that's just going to waste all your money. So let's go find some other things. No, what did I want to do? I wanted to probably collect some fruit, that's what I meant, and oh, I've got a seed. Don't really need to be tracking that anymore. I'm going to go sell some of this fruit. Yeah, as I said, when I started I chose the monkeys. They have less, fewer chits, so I need to sort of make as much money as I can at this early stage. So I'm going to sell all that fruit. I'm not going to sell any fluff yet because it is super useful, but I'm just going to try and sell as many of these gomium bars as I can. I want some plating for a bigger yard. Yards now take sillets pellets as well. They are a form of lubricant in the lore of the game, so yeah, they were sort of a balancing act, because obviously if there's only one resource that you need for yards, the yards could get a bit kind of OP. You could just build like thousands of them, so I was like, right, there needs to be two things here. Makes more use of the elements in game as well. So yeah, I just need one more of those. Let's go down to there and get some more gomium bars. So at the early stage of the game, this will be the sort of the gameplay loop. It's pretty much just like make some stuff, grab it, go and sell it. But the more you do that, the more you can start sort of expanding, and eventually get to a point where you're like, right, I want to go build like a factory now, and then I can get like the next thing, the next sort of tier of resource, and eventually the sort of the money aspect of gameplay starts becoming less and less important, and you start going off to do other things. So I think that's possibly where some people get sort of stuck. They sort of make money and they're like, great, you know, why do I need money now? And it's yeah, it's kind of a hidden sort of part of the gameplay, because there's nothing stopping you doing that. You know, by all means, go and colonize the universe. But the intention there was that like you would go use the money for like building add-ons and like buying fuel and exploring and, you know, doing the other like superstructures and things like that, which is what I will be doing in this gameplay, in this playthrough. So, yeah. So one thing that people have spotted as well in the bars, there's additional prompts down there on the left. It's just the only shop that has that. Some of these prompts are quite useful, like the work one. So in there, each space station will have like a sort of they are somewhat randomized, but they, you know, they come from a standard set of jobs that can be requested of the player. And they can pay quite well, and some of them can be quite easy to achieve. So these are a good way to get money early on. So it's after uranium ore, and I can't remember if I actually saw that on any of the planets. I don't think I did. But if I could get hold of 25 uranium ore, that's going to be Is that raining? That's going to be much more lucrative at this early stage, or much more profitable for the moment than what I'm doing with the colony. That was deliberate, by the way. Like, I know it seems a bit kind of like, oh, that's like really unfair, the game's like super slow or whatever, but it was deliberate in the sense that, like, well, yeah, you know, look how quickly we've managed to not get to space. We went to the moon like 65 years ago and we still haven't been back and things like that. So it was a bit like, yeah, space travel's hard, you know, colonization is difficult. You've got to put in the effort to get it to work, but it starts to sort of open up later, which I found to be quite rewarding, so I'm keen to sort of keep that pacing involved, which I understand is not for everyone, but Startron's not for everyone. So, yeah, so there's no uranium ore around, which is fine. I'm just going to have to deal with what I've got. I might go explore to some nearby systems. I might also expand these farms. So I'm just going to get some more nitrogen. The nitrogen kind of works like Minecraft water. Once you've got like some, you can just get an unlimited amount. It doesn't flow or anything, it's just that I can keep mining it to get more. I may change that at some point. If anyone remembers a spin-off game from this called Blimdom, it had the concept of deep water and shallow water. I may put that into Startron so that you can only get it from the deep water, but you can't put that down. Which I think might balance the gameplay, but that will come in a future version. I've sort of I've done a code freeze for the Steam release just so we can get all this ironed out for now. So I might just, no, I don't really want to shuffle those plants around. I'm just conscious that eventually my refinery and then factory, which would be here if I use the planning blocks. The factory's going to be there, the yard. There should be plenty of room, but yeah, I don't really want to build any further right than these plants here, so I'm just going to plonk my lithogen a bit further away. Try and put it down there. Yeah, and then I can start building seeds along here, like that. Let's put oracots on one side and puff plants on the other. I might as well get rid of these, just so they don't go over there every 20 seconds. Let's just get rid of this puff plant as well, it's just going to annoy me. Okay. So yeah, people have cottoned on that, like, once you got some plants, it's sort of easy to get more. So this farm should hopefully start expanding quite quickly, which is good. That's basically the principle of it. It's kind of how real farming works, I suppose. So yeah, get some more bars. So this is sort of a gameplay style that I would recommend people follow, is kind of like have like two things going on, like do your plants, you know, harvest them, sell them, get the seeds and expand the farm, and at the same time have like your main sort of industry going, because that can be filling in the background, and then at the same time while I'm dealing with that, picking that up and selling that, the plants can be growing and things. So I'm going to constantly go back and forth between these gomium bars, picking them up with L to get them all from the yard, and these plants over here. So yeah, let's go sell some stuff and make some more yards. Go in there. Yeah. Oh, I need to sell first, don't I? I was wondering why I didn't have any money there. Right. Some of them. The plating in Sillets pellets is in a kind of 3-2 ratio, so I'm always getting sort of equivalent amounts. Yeah, that should do for a minute. So yeah, it's a shame I haven't got any uranium ore around, but you know, you can't have everything. So I would have handed that in at the bar and had a bunch more money to work with. Yeah, I don't have any more seeds. That's fine. Got some bars. Yeah, so I was going to go explore nearby. If I could find any uranium ore, that'd be really handy. So I always like to mark my home system with at least one colour. It's the same flagging button I used on the entities. It's just F. So let's make it green for home. Is good. It's green. So I've got two binary systems. I've got that one there and that one there, and I've got a normal star system. Generally you want to be sort of exploring early stage to the star systems that have stars or binaries in, because they're the ones that are most likely to have planets and moons and things like that, or planets and minor planets, should I say. The other star systems, like the pulsars, the nebulas, wormholes and things, they serve purposes later, and they have different sort of balances of generated entities in them, but for the moment I need as much sort of land and resources and things as I can get, so I'm going to go to this one this binary one on the left. So I'm now there. It has a space station as well, so it's always worth checking the space stations when you go to a new system in case they've got a petroop pump, and also when you go in them, yeah, just like that. So where the first station that I started with had a parts shop, this one has an add-on shop in its place. So if I go to the add-on shop, I've now got a bunch of different things that I can buy. These are kind of mid-game things, so I'm not going to do anything with this yet, because it would just be a waste of money, but a lot of this is useful for like the later game. So the sort of the early game is get hold of money, set up your industries and things like that. Mid-game is get your things like your superstructures and add-ons sorted, and then late game is like, you know, finish off the storyline. If you can figure out the other storyline, I'm not going to try and ruin it, but yeah, you know, go and do that, and then, you know, reap the rewards thereby, and explore everywhere. So as I say, these are sort of mid-game things, so I'm not interested in them right now, but I'm going to mark them so I know that they're there on the map. So I'm just going to go out, and I like to mark them with like a, I don't know, a turquoise or something, and then mark that on the map as well. So yeah, I've got a space station, I've got some scrap, it's nothing useful. Sometimes there is a little pattern on there which is useful for those in the know to keep a record of, and it didn't have it, so it's irrelevant. This is Susnic powder. What else we got? Rocks. These are useful. So rocks and asteroids will generate with random structures sometimes, like dwellings and gardens. They will also generate with biospheres sometimes, which are what these two things are, and there's not really any harm in destroying those, but if you do, you see there, I get a bunch of resources, so there's a lot of fluff in those biodomes, so I've just got 50 fluff right off the bat for exploring around, so that's going to be useful as I make things like extractors. Not to mention I've got puff plants anyway now, so yeah, I'm rolling in the puff, or the fluff or whatever. There we go. Rhenium ore, there we go. So I'm just going to hover here and mine 25 of this manually. I've got a little mining laser that I can use on the ship. You can just hold down M, and it will do that. So I'm just going to wait till that counts to 25 in the top left and hand that back in at the other space station. I might also check this space station for what it wants, because it will probably want something different, and I may have that more available as well. So it can be a way to get sort of money early on. Just go between space stations and find the jobs, and if you can't do one, try another one, and yeah, could work out. So there we go, I've got 25 rhenium ore now, and there's not much else in here except there's a comet. Comets have got an eccentric orbit, so they end up being quite far away sometimes. What's that? Nitygen, fine, got that in the other system. Okay, so I know what's in that system. Oh, that was it, I was going to check this, the outpost as well. Let's go in there. What have they got? 5 workers. If you were rolling in workers and you had, you know, like a nursery, yeah, this could be a profitable way to do things. At the moment, I need my workers. I'm going to keep them, so that's not a worthwhile trade. So I'm just going to leave those guys as they were. Let's go back to my system. So just for reference's sake there, I've used, in doing that, I have hopped once and then twice back again, so that has used 2 petroop charges, which I had visually indicated in the bridge and the engineering. One of those petroop charges has been recharged by 5 fuel that you start with in your cargo bay, so I'm back to 4. So whenever you start the game, you've got 6 hops you can do, and obviously that means you can visit 3 star systems. You can go once and then back, once and then back, once and then back, and then you're done. If you want to go any further than that, you need to, you know, buy it from petroop stations and things like that, or carry fuel with you. Fuel is a kettle of fish to get into, so we'll do that. That'll be the next thing I do after I get my resource chains going, but it's not something you can just buy readily, which is why the petroop stations are there, to recharge the petroop instead. So, yeah, what was I doing? I was handing in that rhenium, but I might as well harvest while I'm here. So So you can automatically harvest these things. There's buildings here called pickers. They're a little bit expensive, but they can be quite handy once you've got like a big farm going, especially when you've got bubble plants or drengs. You could put one of those down and it would harvest automatically into an adjacent yard any fruit that's available, and you can start getting huge amounts of the stuff, which I may explore later, but for the moment I'm just having to do it manually. So let's go and in some rhenium ore. I don't really need to be tracking that anymore. Bar, and that in there. So I've just got some more money now. Geez, a load of fluff there. So I'm going to sell, say, 50 of that just because it is valuable. I don't need that much. That probably wasn't 50, but whatever. And let's go sell the gomium bars and buy some more plating. Should we go up to 30 on that? 20 on that. There we go. So that should be able to make quite a large yard now, so that can optimize some of the input yards as well as the output on the refinery. So what I'm talking about there is if I... so this refinery will only be grabbing from the 3 yards that are there with the mine. But if I have more yards for it to pick from, then it can work faster. So I'm just going to fill these other ones in as well. I'm also going to fill in the remainders on the refinery. So you can see there each now has like 9 to pick from. The refinery has 9 yards to pick from, and it has 9 yards to output in. I could go bigger with the refinery, but I want to leave room for the factory there to grab from it. And the factory only has a catchment area of 5 by 5 as well. So yeah, this is, as I say, it's the optimum sort of pattern that I mentioned earlier, or at least optimum as far as I can tell for the moment. So what have I got? I've got some puff seeds. Let's plant one of them down. Put the rest of them in. There we go. So you see what I mean about the farm operation starting to grow as you get more plants going. Why do I have organics? Where do they come from? Why do I have seed trays? Did I? Oh, I got them from the biodomes. Okay. Seed trays can be quite useful because it allows you to plant on minor planets and asteroids and rocks and things. So if you didn't have a planet, I did a playthrough recently that didn't have a planet with soil on it anywhere near me, so I was reliant on seed trays and things, so they can be quite useful when that situation goes on. Right, let's go sell some things. So yeah, as I mentioned, some of the early game is pretty much kind of like rinse and repeat for some of this stuff, but it starts to become profitable enough that I can be looking at the next tier of equipment and things, so I'm hoping I can get there in a minute. I do have some remaining Petroop charges, so I might go explore these other 2 systems, given that there's 3 around me and I have enough to go visit 3, I might as well see them all. If I can find a bubble seed, that would be very useful, because they are massively profitable. Not in this system anyway, but we'll see what's in it. Okay, nothing much on that corner. Where's that? That's just the same. Right, there's this sneaky pattern that I'm just going to keep a note of. Red, left, gold, right, bottom left, and blue, bottom right. So, yep. Somebody's become addicted. Why have they become addicted? So I think somebody's picked something up on a space station. Somebody's ill, somebody's addicted. So I need to hustle a bit and get hold of some oracots to heal these guys. So that is now my priority. So the guys there that I just showed in my crew quarters, that's my crew. Each one of these crew members has a set of actions and responsibilities that they can perform. If all 3 of them are compromised, either by being ill or addicted, then they are not performing the jobs that I need them to, which is things like build, pick things up, build, zap, grab things from outer space and stuff like that. So I need them all working again, and the best way to do that is to heal them with a doctor, and that comes from a space station. I need to have, I think it's 20 oracots to hire a doctor, so I'm just going to have to use some money for that. And I want to cycle through the patrons, looking for a doctor. And there we go. So I'm just going to recruit a Vectron doctor. Vectrons are useful as well because they can't get ill. I don't think they can get addicted, but I know that they can't get ill. So you can see there, Ensign Monkey has been healed, and that is... yeah, so that is, he's got some things that can be, trounced otherwise. If he's not able to perform, I can't, like, beam things up and down off the ship and stuff like that. The engineer is obviously quite useful as well. He can't build if he can't use an engineer. And the commander just, I think he can get ill or addicted, but he doesn't compromise the ability to play. It's just that he would end up infecting everybody else if he stays ill. So that's it. This doctor's just healed everybody, so it's quite useful to get a doctor. So yeah, that's what they have been up to. So what was I in the middle of doing? I was exploring systems. I have 2 more charges left, so I'm just going to check this other one. Yeah, and it prompts you in the top left there. You've only got Petroop enough for 1 more hop, which is fine. What have we got in the system? We've got some subalt, that could be quite valuable later. That's sort of getting on for tier 3 stuff, late game stuff, but you can make sunlight cups off of that. I'm not going to, but that can be popular as well. They're profitable as well, even. Nothing on those rocks. Nothing on those rocks. And all on those as well. Okay, cool. Got a gas giant. There's a skywell. So I'm just going to carve a little sort of runway for him. So sky whales will fly around, gas giant planets, and they work kind of like jellyfish in a way. They'll sort of die. They'll plant a seed into a bubble, which will grow into a bubble plant. And then that bubble, if it's not next to nitrogen, will just grow into another sky wheel, and they'll just carry on flying around again. So they're sort of like immortal beings, and if you can get the bubble seed before they grow again, which is why I'm carving these sort of troughs for them to go along in, if I can get the bubble seed, then that can be quite a valuable plant to harvest and farm. So I'm just sort of making it as easy as possible for them to have dropped that, so I'm getting rid of all the ice that might be in the way, because they need like a clear square to drop there, or to sort of die onto and plant the seed again. So I'm making sure there's lots of room for these sky whales. Shoot, I missed one there. There's a bubble sprout just behind this cloud. Yeah, there. So I missed that one. The sky whale died and planted it there while I wasn't looking. Just need to spot these other ones before that happens. So sometimes this can take a minute or two, but it's definitely a valuable, worthwhile thing to be doing. There we go, I've just got one. Right, I've got a bubble seed now. So as long as I've got one bubble seed, that should allow me to, perpetuate the farm like I've done with the other ones. So that's cool. Okay, so I've got a bubble seed. That's why I wanted to come here. I've just planted a plant without meaning to. Right. What else we got on this system? We've got a planet over here. Might as well grab whatever these plants had on them. It's worth exploring all of these other entities as well, because you can find things like crashed ships, or like collectibles and silly things like that on them. And yeah, the crashed ships, they'll give you clues to the second storyline that I'm sort of deliberately being a bit vague on, but they will also give you valuables and things like that, particularly old parts which you can process in a factory into other resources. So just get rid of these plants. I don't have to be tracking that because it's annoying. Okay, got the space station. Yeah, so here we go. This one's got a Petroop pump on it, so I'm actually just going to mark that as purple for Petroop. So that allows me to sort of see that, like, right, well, if I wanted to start an adventure, then I would want to be sort of going up here somewhere, because there's, a more readily accessible fuel source one hop away rather than having to go all the way back to my home base. So I like to mark those with purple for that reason. So, yeah, it's got a petroop pump. The petroop pumps that are away from your home system will be more expensive, but, you know, it's better than nothing. What have we got in this space station? The space stations have a different layout. There's like 3 different layouts. It's not hugely important, but it just... I think there was some nuance to the fact that I've done that. But yeah, otherwise, you know, they will still have the same sorts of shops on them. You know, the scrapyard, the parts shop, the pirate shop, the bar, and things like that. So, yeah, I can see this one doesn't have an add-on store, so it's not really worth me worrying about. I've already found a nearer one anyway. So, this... I don't need to sell anything other than those, that's fine. Okay. No, that was I was going to check the bar for jobs, wasn't I? So let's just go back there. 5 valuables. Can I buy valuables? That's actually profitable, yeah, because I could buy 5 of those and then hand that in at the bar. Oops, that's not well. There, and then that is more money than I started with. 100 organics. I could sit there and just gather up a load of trees from a planet, but yeah, better things to do. So let's go explore some more. We've got a comet here. Sillets, it can be useful. If you get like plating and sillets as 2 resource chains, then that allows you to just make yards with that and keep going to a space station to buy those resources. I did that in a recent playthrough. It was kind of handy. This one's just got oxorine. That is worth knowing because I am going to need... No, I don't need to harvest oxorine from here. I've got a planet with oxorine, that's fine. There's certain things I'm keeping an eye out for that are like useful in some circumstances, but they're just... I don't need them because I've got them in other places. So that's nothing, there's nothing at all on this planet really. Just marine oil, that's fine. Okay, so that's fine with that system. Right, so I'm out of pet troop, I've got 1 charge left, so I need to go back. And I'm just going to go refill that while I remember. Fill that up. And one thing I'm going to do while I remember, if I've got the money for it, is upgrade my tank 1 time. So yes, I do have exactly the right amount of money, I think, there. So in order to go further in the cosmos, you need to have more petroop charges, obviously. And in order to have more on your ship, you can upgrade your petroop storage, which you can see there is like, I've got 0 out of 10 hard plating to do so. So if I go buy 10 hard plating, I can upgrade that petroop storage and have 6. And then that is enough to do 3 more systems rather than do like 2.5 and get stuck. So it's just sort of a safety thing for my benefit. I'm just going to go upgrade that just 1 time. So let's just get 10 of those and do that. And now I've got room for 6. Make some more money and refill that. And then I know that if I go anywhere, I need to sort of, I can go straight back rather than get stuck somewhere. Lots of oracots to harvest. Lots of fluff. And I'm going to start another farm down here for the bubble plant seed there. And a puff plant seed there. Okay, I don't really want the oracots, I don't care about that. I'm just going to control J them, I'll just jettison all. They're not as valuable as important now that I've got bubble seeds, especially, you know, fluff as well. So they're just there chilling. Let's grab some more gomium bars, maybe enough to probably buy the rest of the petroop that I needed. And let's sell all of that. Come out. Go in there. There, right. So now I know I have enough charges to go 3 places and back again without getting stuck. So you can see another ship there, this flying Piltron or whatever it was. It's just disappeared out the system, but that was another ship that I could persuade to join my little fleet. I could purchase them, and then I could use them for automation like it indicates in the tutorial. I will no doubt do that later. I don't have the funds for that at the moment. But yeah, they're very, very valuable later when you need to be moving things around between planets to combine stuff. Right, so this bubble plant is doing its thing. Get rid of that. I think for the time being, I could expand these yards. I'm going to take these back up again when I build the rest of the resource chain. Just somewhere better. I'll put them there. That's not going to get in my way. And I'm going to gradually start building Yeah, what I used to end up doing was building the conduit and the roads for the factory, but I think these days it'd be better to use those resources to build the extractor that I need to get nitygen, oxorine, nitygen and oxorine for that factory, not least because they sell as well. So given this is an oxorine planet, I'm going to do that here. Did I have nitygen on this planet? Was it nearby? No, I didn't have nitrogen. Okay, was that next? I like to start with the nitrogen because it's valuable anyway, and it can make fuel. That's not it. Where did I see the nitrogen? Was it this one? It was this one, right. So let's, if I stick it, yeah, like there. That should be able to grab from all of them. So the next thing I want to do is build an extractor, as I say. And in order to do that, I need 2 Latin rods and 20 stiff fibres. If any of these little building recipes gets confusing, by the way, you can press K to track them, and it will show those amounts in shops and things like that. So, I mean, I've done that here just to remind myself that I need the 20 stiff fibres. But I need to go sort out Latin rods. Now, you can't buy Latin rods, but you can buy Latin ore and then process it, but I might just be able to find it somewhere. I don't think I've seen it actually. Oh, whatever, let's go buy it. I'm just going to get hold of 2 Latin ore. 2 of them. And take it to my refinery. Just so that I don't end up making alloys by accident, I'm just going to turn the mine off and get rid of everything in this yard and plonk those down. Because I think letin does combine with gomium to make an alloy that you can use for other things later, so I don't want that, I just wanted to combine only the letin, so I'm just taking everything out. So you can see one's gone and there's a bar. There we go, there's the other one. Right, I'll turn the mine back on and plonk those gomium ores back in so I can carry on. We've got a bubble there, so that's good. And some oracot, some fluff. I might as well get rid of this bit now, it's just annoying me. I'm going to go up there all the time. Okay, and plant the rest of my puff seeds. Get rid of the oracot seeds. Might as well plant the other leftover right there. Okay, right. I temporarily forgot what I was doing. I was going to buy stiff fibres. So, as I say, because I've got it tracked, you can see there it's like 0 out of 20, so it will sort of prompt you that, like, these are some things you needed for build recipes that you were in the middle of. So, I am going to try and buy those, but I don't have enough money, so I need to sell these gomium bolts first, probably. Buy as many of them as I can, and sell some more fluff. Certainly don't need those oracot fruits, and I don't need a bubble fruit. Just buy the rest of them. There we go. So now, hopefully, if I place an extractor, no, I want to do it next to the nitrogen, didn't I? So let's have that marked as purple so I can find it. Yep, place that extractor there. One conduit and one road right next to it, just to keep things simple. I'll probably expand it later when I come to make this into a fuel factory, but for the moment I just need the canisters. The nitrogen canisters, that is. So I need 3 plating, 3 crayons, and a juice, and I also need some like cups and conductors. So I'll go do that. I don't know if I've got enough money for that. I suppose I could just sell all the fluff because I've got plants. Like I'm just making it straight back again. One of them, 3 of them, and I'll get that back in a minute. Down a dwelling. There we go. And put in a worker. So that is now... It would be producing things, but I don't have any yards, so I need to go sell again and buy some more plating and things. So I can start grabbing nitrogen canisters now. There we go, there's one and two. And they are fairly valuable, so I can be using that to sort of supplement my income while these other things generate. Get rid of that. Got another gem there, so that'll be useful. Just noticed there was that other ship flying around. I think if I end up being idle on a planet, I think they end up dropping fuel for you if you've like notably run out and they're like faffing around near you. It's a way to sort of save you if you get stuck, I think. Actually, no, it's because I'm full on Petroop, it's not going to be doing that. But if I was completely out of Petroop and completely out of fuel, nearby ships, if they come near your planet that you're on, they'll start dropping like fuel for you, just to give you like one charge. So I wouldn't rely on that in the slightest, but it's just a nice little extra if anyone's absolutely stuck and they don't want to kill themselves. Yeah, I should say it prompts you in that transition there, that if you go somewhere in the cosmos and you run out of Petroop, then the only solution to that, if you can't buy more, is to self-destruct, which you can do from the bridge. It's good fun, but you do lose all your resources on the ship. Everything else will still be there if you've got industries and things, but obviously you lose all your money and you lose everything that you've got on you, and any add-ons and crew and stuff like that, so not really recommended. So this that I'm doing right now, where I've got like two different places that I've got to go between, is exactly why we like having the two ships in your fleet can be, or other ships in your fleet can be quite useful, because it means that I can have this, these nitrogen canisters pumped to my other planet without having to go get them every time. So you can sort of pool all your resources in one place, and you can start doing more complicated things with them. So let's sell some more stuff. Put this yard in the shape of a feed-in yard for the factory that I'll eventually build there, but it's not going to be there for a while So yeah, extractors can kind of be thought of like tier 1.5. You can't really do them straight off the bat, but they're not tier 2 resources, but they're kind of like something to do immediately after having your first mine, because they can be quite valuable and they do unlock the next sort of phase of construction for things like factories and stuff, because you need, as it shows in the recipe there, you need 5 canisters of nitygen and 5 of oxorine, so you need an extractor on the way, and they're profitable. So let's go, might as well grab from here again. Oh, I've got loads of gems, that's good. Gems will be handy later on. Start planning for the next extractor as well, so let's get 20 more of these and 2 more letin ore, because I'm going to want an oxorine one as well for the factory. I could just pick it up and move it, and then get the 5 cans and put it back down again, but I probably want it longer term because I'm going to need more factories than one, so I will plan to build a second one. Right, so what does it need for an extractor? 2 letin ore. Just do the same with the mine, take everything out, place those in. While that's processing, plant some seeds, get rid of them. That's 1. Harvest some plants. Yeah, man. Turn the mine back on and fill all the gomium all back up. Get rid of them. Plant the other puff plant. Okay. What do I need? I think that's me. I can make the extractor. So I'll put it somewhere out of the way. I could get clever about this, couldn't I? I could use some of the resources from this. No, I'm not going to do that. There is a sort of limited capacity for the power generated from solar sunlight absorbers and the workers generated from dwellings. You can increase that power output, or that output for the dwellings, by putting a garden or a biosphere next to them, or you could just build more dwellings, and that would also do that. So that's what I'm just going to do for now. I'm not going to risk losing some of the power or the resources that I would put into a factory later. So I've sort of found that 1 dwelling and 1 sunlight absorber can power like a mine, a refinery and a factory just fine, but any more than that and it starts to suck resources out of other things. So let's put I need sunlight cups, conductors and glass, crayons and juice. We'll have a yard there. Actually, that wasn't what those were for, so that was meant for there. Thankfully, when you destroy stuff, you get all the resources back. I found that quite a necessary thing. It didn't used to be like that, if anyone's played Startron Classic. But it meant the game was a little bit more forgiving, because you could actually experiment and build things without just scuppering yourself. So, let's get rid of these. I do need more of them, just a bunch of them. Bunch of them. Sunlight cups, don't have enough money for that. Get rid of some of that. Conductors, glass, juice, crayons. Okay, I think we've got most of what I need, just need the sunlight absorbers, sunlight cups. Yep. I can build a dwelling. I can put a worker in it. And I can do the yards. So I just need 4 sunlight cups. So yeah, you could argue at this stage that instead of going off and doing the extractors that I should be doing like pickers for the plants, because that would probably get me money a bit quicker, but I'm sort of fine with doing it manually. I could totally understand someone getting fed up with that, and sometimes I do. So just cope with what I've got for the moment. Basically just want a big bubble farm down here because I'm sort of made for money. So I need this little guy to make me some more seeds. It's not doing very well. Okay. Maybe that's enough for some sunlight cups. Gems in such a short period of time. Right, that is now pumping out oxorine canisters, and they harvest super quickly because there's oxorine everywhere, so that could be quite valuable and useful. That's probably a strat right there, you know, just build one of them early and you probably get some money pretty quick. I haven't explored that. So yeah, then I'm looking at whatever I need for the factory, which is things like potanium lattices, supports, conductors. These are all fairly straightforward to get. And nitygen canisters, which I can get from the other little moon there. Minor planet. They're not really moons because everything's heliocentric, only orbits the sun. But yeah, they're smaller planets, so I just call them moons for short. They used to be called moons in the game files, but I was like, no, I've got to stress that they are minor planets. Right, so I've got my canisters. I need supports, lattices, and conductors. That's unusual for early game, actually. I've actually found that I've ended up getting all the way to like the late game and I still haven't had enough gems. I think you can buy them. There's another one there, 7. I think you can buy them somewhere. I think you can buy them on the homeworlds of the Lintors or the b0.139, but I can't remember. We'll find them later, we'll get to that. Okay, still no bubble seeds. You can't buy potanium lattices, so I'm going to have to buy the ore and make them myself, but that's fine. I don't know why I bought that, I could just mine that on the planet. I need to go get more canisters, because I just sold them. Right, oh, another gem, wow. I've never had that many gems that quickly, that's nuts. Right, potanium lattices, again I'm going to do the same with the mine where I take everything out the input yard, turn it off so it doesn't compete for any resources, fill all of them in, I'll just get the lattices out of the refinery for the factory. I don't need these 2 yards now. I need to start thinking about the conduit and roads that are going to go around the edge here. titanium lattices, and that all can go back in. Get rid of all this stuff, and I think now I can just build it straight out. There we go, that's one factory in, so we're off to sort of mid-game tier 2, well, tier 3 resources, mid-game type stuff now, so build the rest of this conjurer. I need a bunch of soft plating and conductor even. Start getting some valuables out rather than just gomium bars, so that should increase some money as well. Yep, so that's pumping out into that yard now. There we go, valuables. Now I can start thinking big. It's also useful to just have a factory because I can generate other things from that as well. So now I want to maximise plating instead of pellets, so I'm just going to sell stuff for that purpose. Come on, give me another bubble seed. My bubble farm is annoyingly small at the moment. To store all these valuables in as it generates them, because conceivably, or potentially, the larger the yard, the more I can sort of let things build up, and the more money I'll get when I come back to harvest. I should say I don't use them very often, but for the forgetful, you know, you can put down signs as well, so it could be like, here's my oracot farm, and here's my fluff farm, and my bubble farm. So then when I'm flying over, I can just get a quick prompt as to what's going on here. Looking good. Should have plenty of money coming in now to build all the things I want to do. So the next thing I'm going to do is try and build another factory so that I can start converting all of the nitygen canisters into fuel. And then that means I haven't got to rely on petri pumps and all that kind of stuff. I can save some money exploring and go find some other things. I could really do with this bubble farm giving me more seeds so I could plant more of those. But, oh well. I've just noticed there on the bottom of the entity list in the bottom right, in the top right of the screen at the bottom of that, spores have just appeared. And that is not good news, so I need to go to them. Spores are how Tytopops transfer themselves between entities. So there'll be a Tytopop invasion on one of these entities, and I need to get rid of the spores. I don't have anyone that can do that, so I need to go hire somebody. Because basically if there's spores in a system, then all the planets and entities are susceptible to getting Tytopop invasions, and I would rather there weren't little creatures eating through my conduits. Thankfully they're not on this planet for the moment, by the looks of it, yeah, but I don't want to leave that for too long, because they will start living here without my permission. Actually, I needed those oracots, so I want probably like 25 or something, I think. That's not what I want, that's that one. I'm looking for a lieutenant commander. There we go, let's get him. So now when I go to the bridge to go try and do something like that, I've got the ability to. So, when's that problem's able? There we go, I've just killed them. So I've got rid of the Tytopop spores, but I bet one of these other planets has Tytopops running around on them, because that's where the spores would have come from. Hopefully it's not one that I was using. I don't think they can generate on gas giants. Oh, there's another gem. Yeah, there we go. There's a Tytopop next to that volcano. So you can squash the individual Tytopops, but it's generally frowned upon to squash the entire hive. You get a little fine for doing that. But I think that could be the invasion contained, actually. Because spores only appear when a Tytopop demolishes its hive, so the fact that there was only one Tytopop and no hive, and I've got rid of the spores, implies I've squashed them all. So, just something to keep in check. Right, I've forgotten completely what I was in the middle of doing that. I was trying to build a factory, wasn't I? So... factory, what does that need? A bunch of stuff. Right, just the lattices and supports I need really. And I'll need a bunch of conduit and roads. Oh, I've got some of that. Okay. So it's just the supports I need from here because I can mine everything else. Mine some potanium. I might actually start another production chain over here because having access to hard plating is quite valuable for upgrading your engines. Oh yeah, fuel supply even. Petri supply. Right. No. Oxorine. Grab a few cans there. In case people haven't cottoned on, the resources in the game are sort of named as approximations of actual real-world resources. Oxorine is like oxygen, air is like iron. Yeah. Nitrogen is intended to be like water. Oh, I need the lattices. did have it written down somewhere where potanium, you know, where all of them originate from. I came up with it years ago. Oh, I need to turn the factory off while I'm accidentally processing the potanium lattices as well. I can't remember what the PO in potanium is. I think the tanium comes from titanium, but I can't remember what the PO was now. I want to say like polonium or something, but I don't know why I'd have picked that. Don't know. It's actually somewhat illustrated in the cosmic database. If you go to the elements, PO, pure potonium. It's on the left. What was that between? I can't remember now. I'd have to look at a picture of a periodic table to remember what I was thinking there. It might have been potassium or something. Yeah, it's possibly purple because of potassium permanganate and titanium or something. I don't know. Right, I've got my lattices. Turn those on. Still no bubble seeds. Stunting me a little bit like this, but we'll make do. What was I going to do? Right, factory for these guys. Plug a factory there. And some conduits. And some road. Right. I need to move that house and that sunlight absorber. Build bloody yards. Let's do them. Okay, so I need more soft plating and conduit. It's not the right shop. Should have fuel generating. So for those of you who wonder how fuel is made, this is how it's made. You have to do all of that to make sure that you've got nitrogen canisters coming in, you've got factories, and then you can plonk fuel out through that production chain. So what I may do is get another ship to grab this fuel from this minor planet and put it on my main planet just so that I can access it more readily while I'm doing other things. So there we go, that was a fuel canister I just picked up. Lovely, delicious fuel. Right, that could be doing its thing. Let's go get some more yards. Make that a bit bigger, and then I want to save up to buy another ship. Still no bubble seeds. Yet more gems. I must have 10 by now. I've got 11. Let's go buy some more plating and things. Conveniently, this is one of the ones you can buy on the space station, so if I get 10 Silite chunks, that's easy money. Put that in. Cal one's the next one. 7 of them. Put that in. Right, oxorine canisters. I could do that, to be fair. Now that I've got an oxorine extractor, I want to build more yards for my fuel. Right, that should be nice and healthy now. So yeah, now I've got fuel, that's the sort of thing that I can take with me when I'm exploring, and it can be being converted into petroop as I fly, so that can be quite sort of valuable to have on you. So you basically just want like as many petroop charges as you can get. 25 is the max, I'm just going to try and max that out, and you know, as much fuel as you can hold as well, and then you can go off exploring and doing other things. So yeah, so similar to the sort of concept I was talking about before, where I wanted space travel to be quite sort of difficult to get to, I wanted interstellar travel to be quite difficult to get to, so there's a lot of things you can do just by going between the planets. I didn't want it all to be about like, yeah, just go to the next star systems, because then it starts to feel a little sort of like, well, if I can go everywhere, then what's the point? That was a weird bug. I think that might have been a Unity rendering problem there. I just sort of looked at a sign and it showed the sign behind things. There's not really much I can do about that because it's evidently working the other 99.9% of the times, but every now and then Unity just sort of forgets how to render one of the chunks, and it's like, well, what changed? I don't know. I have a damaged system drive. It just prompted me about that I need to repair. So you can see my system movement speed is massively decreased, and I'm expelling little smoke puffs as well. I need to go repair that, really, because otherwise everything's going to be really slow and horrible. So what do I need? 10 juice and 10 support. So yeah, your system, your ship will get damaged over time like this. Sometimes it can be annoying, sometimes it's fine. Like the communication one's not hugely important, but yeah, it's good to get these things fixed. Take your ship in for an MOT every now and then. What do I need? Sports. Juice. Oh, I was trying to save up the oxorine canisters, wasn't I? Let's buy some more yards while I'm there, because I can maybe make a bigger farm for that. I can repair that now, so now I'm not stunted. I can fly normally again. And let's build a bigger yard there. Worth pointing out that once upon a time I added things like the arcade cabinet in the bar and space jack and things as a sort of interim activity while you're waiting for your industries to build up resources in yards. But as the game's progressed and things have gotten more sort of solidified in the gameplay loop, they're less and less important, so they're sort of just fun little Easter eggs now. They're not really anything that I would expect anyone to be using. Hence, this whole time I've not touched an arcade cabinet and I've not played any games with Space Jack. They're there, they're fun if people want them, but yeah, I don't really use them. I suppose technically if you're good at gambling then you could probably make some money out of the Space Jack table, but yeah, I'm not. For those who aren't aware of what I'm talking about, it's these things here. There's a little arcade machine on the side, there's a Space Jack table here. Where are we? Isn't that one Space Jack? So yeah, if I was any good at gambling I could be doing this sort of thing. As I say, it's sort of it's a relic of Startron Classic really, it's just a bit of fun. And the same with this little arcade machine. It's not strictly necessary, but if you wanted to kill some time just while somebody's building or developing in the background, then you could bop around in there. There is another arcade machine as well, similar to Asteroids, but I don't really touch them anymore. Needless to say, they do get bug fixes and updates, but yeah. Where are we? What we're trying to do? I was collecting oxorine canisters. Right, that should be 16, cool. Right, so I've got 23k. I think that is enough to buy another ship. Oh, the spores are back. There must be an entity somewhere that's making these spores. I'm not seeing it. For all I know, it's my home world actually, and it's happening off screen somewhere. It's probably going on over here where I'm not looking. Yeah, there we go, there's a tyre pop. Well, again, hopefully that has curbed the scourge of Titopops. Right, I don't really need this amount of oxorine storage now, I'll do just 5. And God, this bubble farm didn't really get very far, did it? As soon as I get more bubble seeds, I'll start getting loads of money from that. It's a dice roll. I'm not getting the seeds off of them. So, but in the meantime, I have ships to buy. So what am I doing for that troop? So let's see if I can spot a ship in a nearby system or something. Yeah, there's a ship. So I'm just going to go buy him. I'm going to offer to buy. Oh, I slightly don't have enough. Oh, okay, fine. Let's go do something clever about that. Can I go make a quick buck in here? Is there anything I can hand in? Could hand some workers in. Probably just make it off of that. No. No. This one doesn't have another shop. Okay, I might have to sacrifice some fuel and come back to that. I think the ships are cheaper if it's the same species that you chose as your like your native species, whereas that one was probably like run by a Vectron or something, so it's more expensive. But that's fine, we got money. Probably going to have gone now by the time we get back. Oh, he's still here. Right, let's buy him. Right, I've got another ship. He's in my fleet now. So let's get rid of his orders, and I don't want a warning if he's doing anything silly, so let's go out and tell him to start moving fuel between my moon and a fuel supply area. So where does it land? It lands there. So new order, load anything from that position, and you can see him there flying in. And we'll go make a fuel dump somewhere down there. So now he will just fly between those two positions, exactly like it was in the tutorial. It's just now in real time as opposed to like press a button to speed up time. So in a minute, hopefully he will fly into the screen. There he comes. He's brought some fuel with him. There we go, fuel. So now I haven't got to keep going back to that other planet to get fuel. I can just go here. Cool. So let's have a bigger yard for him. Worth noting, I haven't seen it once yet, but the extractors will also sometimes dig up, like there'll be fluff clogs up in them, so that'll come out in the output yards as well, just as another way to get fluff if people are not able to get puff plants and things. If you can get hold of an extractor early on, then it might create some fluff. As it is, I've not seen any of this run through, but you know, for the fact that I had 11 gems, it's the same sort of mechanism, so it's just down to a dice roll again. Right, so that was a fuel, that's good. And I want to start building a factory chain for hard plating so that I can upgrade my petroleum supply. Let's just finish off what I was doing here. Cool, so that should serve as a reasonable fuel supply for the moment. Still no bubble seeds. For those of you noticing the correlation in similar games and concepts, the bubble seeds and the bubble plants did come as a concept. It was inspired from the Transport Tycoon Toyland, all those little bubble forests. I just found that was quite a fun idea, so I was like, alright, let's have some bubble plants in Startron as well. Right, it's time to think of a mine again. It's mine time. That's probably a position, so mine, refinery, factory, yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, so supports, stiff fibres, all the stuff for a dwelling, all the stuff for a sunlight, so yeah, a bunch of stuff. Go buy a bunch of stuff. Some of that. Not gonna lie, it does feel super satisfying when you've got a ship flying around giving you fuel. It's like it's a comfortable milestone to get to. Need more plating and sunlight type things. Suppose I could get some nitrogen canisters for money as well. Some stuff now that I need. Place that. Need some fluff for that. Good job I've got fluff over here. Place there, and some yards. Then we need the refinery, and that's some ore. And fluff and crayons, just get the ore here. I can see another gem over there as well. There is some stuff later on that needs quite a few gems, so the more I get the earlier on the better. I think I can buy them, as I say, but yeah. Right, what am I trying to do? Refinery. One fluff, one crayons. One multi-pack of Crayola. That's not what I want to do. Confuse myself. No, I've got the dwelling already, didn't I? I wasn't for that. It's just the fluff. Place that down. And that needs a worker as well. So this is where picking monkeys is quite handy, because I haven't had to think once about nurseries yet, because I've just had enough workers to do all this stuff. So yeah, there's a benefit and a deficit to all the playstyles. I didn't have much chits early on, but I've sorted that out, so now I've got plenty of workers as a result of my sacrifice. His order to go into an emptier space. Right, so need some yards and things. and soft plating as well. Maybe I'll have to come back for some of that. So this is where not having a proper bubble farm is really starting to stunt it, because it's like, I feel like I've got lots of money, but I keep running out every 20 seconds. Could really do with some better income here. The gomium valuables are nice, and fluff's alright, but yeah, I'm not getting enough of the stuff I need to build the things I need to build. Right, that's all very well having fuel, but I don't need it yet. It's just sitting there accruing. What I could do is go find another sky whale. I've got the pet troop to do it. It wasn't in that system, was it? Which one was it? Was it that one? Come on, give me some bubble seeds. There's 4 of you guys in there. One of them just planted and I missed it. Oh well. They're sneaky, these sky whales. Good old flying Plitron. You can sort of carve like a little track for them and it might increase their chances, but they do shuffle up and down vertically every now and then. There we go, that's a seed. Yoink. Just see one there. Oh, okay, there's a whole bubble plant, right. Okay, well, one seed's better than none. I keep doing that, I keep pressing P on the way out. Fine. Anything interesting going on here? What are these guys up to? They're not organic, so I'm doing that. Fine. Okay, that wasn't a complete waste of time, but fine. As long as Warbird Tangyat is still doing what he's up to. Alright, I do have another couple of seeds, so that might double the chances of me getting another bubble seed. And let's give them some of this a chance to accrue, so we can get some resources and money. So it's mostly things like soft plating, normal plating, and silex pellets that I need. Sell first. The other good thing about getting a hard plating production chain going is that it's also quite valuable, so even if you're not using it, it's just a good way to get money early on. I say early on, we're sort of mid-game at this point. What am I trying to do? Factory, need lattices, that's a good job on making them. Fluff, good job on making them. Oxorine and nitygen. Good job, I've got nitygen pumping out over it. Ah, there we go, there's a fluff. I don't really need it, but, you know, as I say, that strat could work for somebody if they were after fluff early on and they had a extractor chain going. So, got a factory. No, I somehow didn't get enough. How did I not get enough? So, now I should be pumping out hard plating, which can be very useful. And I want to make a big yard like I did with the valuables. Actually, I might steal some of these because the valuables are less and less valuable now that I've got other stuff going on. I think hard plating sells for more than valuables anyway. Because despite the name, valuables aren't actually that valuable. I think one bubble seed or one bubble plant, well, one bubble will sell for more than double what a valuable does. Right, what am I trying to do? I've got some hard plating and plenty of fuel. Just need that to process through. Do a bunch of them. Do it just one more. There. Lovely, delicious hard plating. And that's enough for one engine upgrade. Pink. So yeah, I'm now at the point where I've got fuel coming in, engine upgrades coming in, or petrol storage upgrades coming in, should I say, so I can start thinking about visiting some other places. Right, where do I want to go? I could do with finding a pirate, I could do with finding a pirate base, I could do with finding things like the v0.139 homeworld and Lintor. There's Grogoth, I'll mark that while I've got it. Obviously, you could find all of this organically, but I know what I'm looking for, so I'm just going to go find this stuff anyway. So let's search for the Lintor, the v-group system, that's there. Lintor, there. So that's not a million miles away. I could go visit Lintor and maybe get some interesting things. So how many hops is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I do have the fuel to do it, but I could do with some more per troop storage upgrades really. Because the fuel conversion's fairly slow, so I'd be sort of sitting around a lot waiting for that to happen. So the bigger the per troop storage I leave with, the better really. There we go, there's a bubble seed finally from a plant. So with any luck, this farm can start expanding, and I'll end up with enough money that I could probably just buy the hard plating I need if that factory is too slow. We'll see how we go. Okay, is there anything valuable I've got on me that I don't want to lose? No, I've got enough fuel for it. Let's go for an adventure. Let's go see if we can find the Lintorians. And on the way, I'll visit all the entities in the meantime, just to see if there's anything interesting going on. See, that was a bug I just tried to fix, that you're supposed to be able to demolish entities by deleting all the tiles in them. And I was like, oh, maybe I didn't find all the tiles, but there's nothing here. I don't understand how I keep messing that up. Anyway, clearly not a bit of an important thing to fix. A load of puff plants, but I don't need them now. And what's interesting here? Right. Some materials, can't do anything with that yet anyway. Later on I'll end up with a grabbing add-on where I can pick up some of these materials with and get some stuff out of. On that. Okay. So let's go down to there. So this is a wormhole system. They could be very useful when you get the wormhole add-on, but I don't have it yet, so that's fine. This is one of the other station plans. Where am I trying to go? Far, probably. Work. And they've got parts stores, that's fine. They don't have fuel battery on them, so let's go here. Nothing interesting there. And a water world, as they've become known, but they are just made of lithogen. They're not particularly useful, especially if they don't have an atmosphere, but they're just nice to look at, so that's fine. And an ice world, fair enough. Also not particularly useful unless you wanted to build geothermal power, which I've not really tried, but you know, maybe there'll be one in your home system and it's a good idea. Yeah. What was that? I thought I saw a seed or something. Okay. Nothing useful on that, nothing useful on that. I've already got the pan there anyway, so it doesn't matter now. Gas giant, there's a crashed ship on this gas giant right there. I got some old parts. So the old parts I could put through a factory to get some resources out of, but you also get this little sort of pseudo-story log, and it's particularly the last lines that are the important bits. They are clues to the stuff that I've been writing in there, really. So we'll get to that later, but that's fine. Doopy-doopy-doo. Anything on this one? Nope. Must say I'm surprised I spotted the crash ship on that gas giant. Usually they don't spawn on those. And they're difficult to spot in amongst all the clouds. Nothing interesting on any of these. Some nuts. One single radium. So, actually, did I have something else on as well? There's two, okay. Chronicle. Not a lot else. That's fine. Load of gomium and nipper. I don't need it, I'm just looking for other things. Right, where are we going? This way. Nice little planet. So this is partly why I made the cosmos not absolutely gigantic. Obviously there is the technical capability there to do so, but I wanted it to be big enough that there's enough in it, but small enough that you could also actually go everywhere and find it. I always sort of remember that quote from Star Wars, from young Darth Vader or whatever, where it was like, has anyone ever visited all the stars? And I'm going to be the first one to do them all, or see them all, or whatever. It's like, it's kind of a cool, nice little concept. You actually conceivably could do that in Startron. Right, so that's worth knowing. There's a troop station there. Mark that. Okay. This system has a whale in it by the looks of it. Biosphere, might as well nick that. Yeah, so here's the whale. They don't do a huge amount, but they do something quite important that we'll get to when it comes to the late game. I need some add-ons before I can do anything to it, so we'll leave them alone for the moment, but I'll just mark him to come back for that later. Mark him with a turquoise. Check some of these planets for things like crashed ships and collectibles and whatnot. I'm sort of simultaneously just affording my Petroop conversion to, you know, have the time to actually do some conversion while I'm exploring, rather than just beetling my way straight there. Don't do a huge amount, but they're important to watch out for, because if I started building something in this system and I was reliant on solar energy, well, it doesn't output any solar energy, so I have to use explosion chambers or heat sources. goes up to there. Here's quite an important thing. So that's the second storyline that I need. I'm not going to show the actual cutscene, I'm going to edit that out, but yeah, I will complete all the steps for that just for completion's sake. I've done that, I've shown that in other videos, so it's not really a huge secret there. Cool. And that needs marked for my benefit. Yeah, it's marked as red for me. But anyway, yeah, that'll be like the last thing I do, so I've got to worry about that yet. Cool, nothing much there. Always worth checking the space stations for fuel pumps, and I'm checking for the work orders while I'm at it. Right, here we are. We are at Lintor. So they are one of the little species that can exist in this cosmos. They've got a little home world that we're going to go to in a sec. And an ice giant apparently, or an ice planet. Go to the Lintor homeworld. So on this homeworld there should be a little port somewhere. There it is. It's worth watching out for these. There's a little dock that you can land on, and in here you get a unique kind of well, not unique, but like there's only 2 of them in the system, in the whole cosmos, and it's got a rare shop in it, which I think is this one. Is it not this one? How do you get into it? Yeah, exotic dealer. So you can buy a bunch of unique sort of things that you can't get in other shops in here. Things like gemstones, as I say, obviously they're pricey, but if I needed them, that would be the way to go. Yeah, things like dring fruits and pigaluses as well. Might grab a pigalus for the homeworld. I don't really need these seed trays, and I don't need any more gemstones at the moment. So yeah, things like nipper bars as well can be quite useful later with the wormholes. So yeah, it's just good to know that they are there. They also have a bar as well, just for the sake of it. That's bar. And have they got any work orders? 5 workers, fine. And I should mention as well that the space stations and these ports all have banks and things. I don't really make much use of the banks, but there is an interest rate that you can get for putting money on in there, and obviously you would want to use that if you knew you were going to self-destruct your ship as well. So they're just at least stored in the system. So it's there if people want to use the banks. And of course the usual cosmic database as well. All of these little alleyways don't really lead anywhere, but you know, you never know. I might put a secret or something in there. So yeah, these are the ports, as I've come to term them, as opposed to, or as distinct from the space stations. So yeah, just always useful to check those out. So I think we're good. Just what mark that has gone to. There we go. Okay, so that's Lintor. How much fuel are we dealing with? So I've got plenty of fuel and some petroop jumps. So is there a way I can go that covers some more ground? Quite a long way around that way. Could go visit Grogoth. I suppose if I explore down here a bit, because I'm also at the same time looking for pirates. I could do with finding one. Or a pirate station, to be honest. that a crash ship? Oh, it's a puff plant on an ice planet. Okay, fine. Never seen that before. There's an oracot plant. Alright. Could be useful if anybody found that and they needed it. Okay. Again, I'm just sort of biding my time because I need time for the fuel to convert. Which is ultimately why I needed the rest of that hard plating, because I need a bigger pet troop storage, otherwise I've got to wait for all this each time I want to go anywhere, which is just going to get tiring and cumbersome. Just looking around for collectibles and the like. So I could go this way. It's not really going to be any slower, I don't think. It's covering more ground. Let's do that. It's going to take a while to get back anyway, so I might as well make a good journey of it. You never know. I might find a fuel store on the way, or a petrol pump even. Go on, Town base. Have you got a petrol pump? Save me the pain. No, I haven't. Oh well. So yeah, this is very much what I would call mid-game at this point. This is, oh, there's supposed to be a crashed ship there, but it's been trounced by a crater, so there's just the valuables left. Fair enough. Yeah, this is sort of like the mid-game stuff. It's like go and explore and find out what's going on. Late game is off into the like superstructures and other things, and like completing the stories and things. But there's plenty to do. Surprised I haven't found any collectibles. I always seem to find like one fairly early on when I do these playthroughs. I haven't found any so far. Fine. Wow, well this is going to be an interesting system to sit through. Just got to wait for that pie chart to count up. I suppose one thing I could do while I'm here in some of these systems is upgrade my, like buy the hard plating for the pet troop storage. Yeah, I could potentially afford some of that when I get to a station. Yep. Okay, what we got here? I'm glad Stella Crewra is having fun out there. On the bright side, when I get back to my home planet, then I should have plenty of resources, because they'll all have been building up while I'm away. Which was a big technical hurdle to get over in the early days of Startron. I had to sort of like, it wasn't really doing any of the automation in the background. It was all sort of pseudo and done with like deltas and calculating things, and it was a bit clunky and horrible, which is ultimately why I changed it, because I hated it. Whereas now I know that I am literally still running all of the factories and stuff on these old planets. Yeah, we're one away from Grogoth on this next system, so I might just pay them a visit. Actually, no, I won't. I'll save that for the storyline, because I have to come back there anyway. And it's just a waste of fuel. I could do it getting back. Waste of petri payment, not fuel. There we go. Come on, give me a fuel supply. No. Doesn't help my immediate situation, but it's less to worry about later. Right, so here is one of the other big creatures that you can find out in the cosmos. It's a worm thing, and immediately on getting to one I need to raise the shields because it could eat my ship, and I don't really want that right now. I can zap its teeth out. What's the other one you have to do? I think it's ram it? Yeah. And then I need to poison it later as well. I think I might be able to do that. Mining lasers damage, so I need to get some stiff fibers, potanium ore. Might as well do this one here, waiting for fuel. So, potanium ore, potanium ore, potanium ore, there we go. Stiff fibers, which I can't afford. Get rid of that. And poison, which I can't afford. So some junk. So now, I think it's a case of go to the cargo bay while you're orbiting it, and jettison the poison, and yeah, then it turns into a husk, which, yeah, it's a large interstellar worker, I was supposed to say life form. Okay, well there's a bug I need to fix before release. Wondering why I hadn't seen anything wrong so far. Right. Okay, yeah, I don't have the add-on to do that yet. I'll come back for that later. So that's fine, I've done that bit. There's that. That's never more. Okay. Did I repair it? I didn't. There's some more parts, take them. And 2 golems, take them as well. Right, that is something I need to flag in a different colour. That's probably that one will do. Okay. Ah crap, that's a dead end. Okay, fine. Doesn't have any battery burner. Oh, it's a good excuse to do some sightseeing while I'm waiting for this fuel. Okay, so really I need to go back and that's left, right. Can't wait for that. This one didn't have anything on it, did it? Yeah, I should have seen that. I can see the arrow there goes to a dead end and this one goes off, so my bad. An inhabited planet. Can steal some of their stuff. Not that I really need to at this stage in the game. It can be quite useful to find an inhabited planet early on, but I don't really need any of this at this point because I can build it all myself now. Like, this could be a lifesaver if you run out of fluff or something. Crashed ship. Yeah, that's a clue to what we were just doing with the husk there. So it was like a Guttelus swallowed it, and the Guttelus is the worm thing I just destroyed. So when I get the husk, when I grab it, I should get what that's after. It has also just occurred to me that although I've put auroras on planets and suns, I have a feeling not all suns in reality can actually have aurora, so I might have to tweak that. Because I'm conscious the sun there has an aurora on it. I'm thinking, a red giant can't actually do that, can it? It's only like failed brown dwarfs and red dwarfs and stuff like that. Don't know, I'll have to do some research on that. But at the end of the day, it's a made-up cosmos anyway, so maybe I'll just decide that it does that. Nearly back. And I haven't seen one pirate this entire time. It's clearly a very lawful cosmos at the moment. Another inhabited planet. Ah, this has a pet troop thing on it. You can always tell that it's got a pet troop pump on it because they require 50% rating in either science, tourism or production, which is what's showing in the top left there. So it has that for tourism, and I think if I go down here somewhere, right, it's on one of the corners, there we go. Now I can refill my pet troop, so that's probably beneficial. Probably shouldn't have bought all of that hard plating now that I think about it. Well, didn't count on that. Okay, well, they're having fun on this planet. And they're chilling. Is there anything valuable I can nick from any of their yards? What's that? Puff plant seed. Oxorine crayons. Yeah, okay. We'll leave them alone. Right, I've got some pet troop again, so I can get on with things. So how many stops is this? It's going to be like 1, 2, 3, and I'm back. Yeah, okay, let's just do that. I'm actually just going to mark that as purple for my own benefit, because that could be useful on other travels. Some asteroids. Fine. Good old of flying Plitterons still bopping around. It's always useful to nick those because you can build them on your own planet and make your workers go faster, potentially increasing the output of the industries. Okay, and what should I got? So I could go. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. 6.5 doesn't matter. Okay, and I'm back finally. That was an adventure. So, get my fuel, harvest my stuff. Get my plating. Seeds? No, still don't have any bubble seeds. Okay, I'm just going to let a Guttelus go loose on these organics. Let's do it on this one up here. So a Guttelus is related to a Titopop, but they're not nearly as destructive. So I'm going to beam him down, and what he's going to do is he's going to chomp through all this grass, and you get little byproducts out of them, like Calron chunks and things. So I might get something useful out of that. So he can just be chomping away up there. It's worth checking ancillary planets like that for like clogged up yards. Yeah, see here I've got like 2 fluff in there, so I don't really want that. I'm just going to clear that out and let the fuel carry on. So even though it's useful to have the other ship and another production line on another planet doing things, mines will get clogged up with gemstones, and extractors will get clogged up with puff, so you know, fluff even, so you do need to go clean them out every now and then. Right, what am I trying to do now? Probably trying to upgrade more engineering type things. Yeah. Get rid of them. And let's build some gardens for my happy little workers. So you can always see if you hover over a house it says it's unhappy. If you put a little garden next to it, then it will be happier, and it'll output workers faster, which tend to be one of the bottlenecks for industries. I think solar or sunlight absorbers are also a bottleneck as well. So if you really needed things to be fast, then you could put a heat pump or an explosion chamber down. I think you could probably get away with putting 2 sunlight absorbers down, and that would work the same. Don't quote me on that, but maybe. By all means, try it. Okay. Keen to sort of absorb as much of that ship's fuel as possible, because he's just got hundreds of it on him. Again, lots of upgrades. I'm gonna go refuel instead of wasting my fuel that I've got on me. Slowly but surely getting this bubble farm assembled, because I'm going to need it for some of the stuff I've got to build later. Just got another one. Okay. So realistically the next thing I need to do is probably go explore again, because I still need to find a pirate and a pirate station for the next stuff. Just get as much of this fuel and stuff upgraded as I can. I can also put my old parts through here and get them processed into something more useful. That's what Guttelus doing. It's just chilling up here, eating some plants. What's he got? So, there's Calron trucks everywhere. I think he boxed himself in just there. workers, I've got plenty. More seeds. Oh, shoot. I just got a Guttelus out of that old part, so I just started chomping things in the storage yard there. I didn't realise I could do that. I guess I was expecting Gutteluses to sit comfortably in their output yard, but I mean they're alive, so of course they're not going to do that. Funny little guys. Let's pick him up and put him somewhere back in the middle of all that. Is there another planet in this system I could just let them loose on? Has this got anything? No, it's got no organics on it. Ideally you want to put them on planets with organics. I don't think they do anything if they're not, because it's the organics that they're eating. Let's just set one loose on this. Support. So the way the old parts work is you pick them up as sort of resources from various things like the crash ships have been finding. You find them in places like those yards on inhabited worlds, and you can put them through a factory and they'll give you like random resources out of them. It's sort of to save you like cluttering up your ship while you're travelling around just finding stuff, so you just get like piles of old parts and then you can just process them later. Which is what I'm doing here. I've just got them feeding into this factory and they're coming out here and I'm just getting random things like Gutteluses and supports out of them. Should be calling them Pigeli, shouldn't I? Seems to have gone astray. Can't really remember whether they can hurt things that you're building. I'm pretty sure Gutteluses don't. I'm pretty sure they're not like annoying like Tyopops. I'd just rather they were in amongst the organics and not like wasting their own time. So I'm keep picking them up and putting them back. Yeah, let the bubble seed from an old part, so that's another way to get hold of those. So yeah, there's actually 3 ways to get hold of seeds. You can get them out of all parts, you can get them from mutations, and you can get them from their root source like sky whales and oxorine planets and things. Just for people's benefit. Didn't I see you could buy bubble seeds on that exotic trader as well? Can't remember. Right, I've exhausted this guy's fuel now, so I'm going to go refuel my ship and go explore some more and find a pirate, hopefully. Before I sell. Right, let's go in a different direction. Let's go. I've got everything. Let's go up here. There we go. Pirate. I need to hail him. He's like, yar. And the clue there is ask for Captain T. So I now need to find a pirate station. Pirate space station. So that'll be the next thing I'm doing. Waterworld. Nothing much on that. There is actually a collectible that you can find in the water sometimes. none of the collectibles do anything, and I've got half an idea that I might actually make some of them do something weird, like they'll give you like a bit of a modifier, but they are just there for people who like collecting things, for the moment. Nebula. So the unfortunate thing about needing to find pirate stations is that they tend to be in the outer rim of the cosmos, so I need to go quite far. I probably ought to really be doing this with wormholes, but I've kind of devoted my resources to pet troop and thingy storage. I can refuel a bit here. I don't think I have that there. Okay. Let's mark that as purple for my own travels. Mark that as purple as well. So I can get some distance there. I'm trying to go to v0.139 as well. Let's go up here. Guttelus has already paid off, just happened to have Cowron chunks on me, so I can just give them straight in. Okay. I think it's fairly unlikely that I'm going to find another crash ship on a gas giant. I've literally never seen that except for today. What's the best way to go? It's probably going to be this way, isn't it? Always worth checking both halves of a planet or an asteroid or a minor planet. Just flipping F a few times. It's easy to only see one side and just assume there's nothing on it. Yeah, good. Nothing in this system. Just a pulsar. So I am genuinely surprised I've not come across any of the collectibles so far. Sort of doing a more thorough search than I normally do, and I normally find them. Actually value for money. I forgot that was a hand-in job. Actually, is that value for money as well? If I just bought the radium ore. Ah, you can't buy the radium ore. Okay. Right, I'm going to go up here. This is another one that's like, I'm pretty sure if I delete all of these, it's not going to disappear. The entity won't disappear, but in testing I've been doing that and it's worked fine. Yeah, so why is it still there? I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? The mechanism to make it do that is really straightforward. I don't understand how that's not working. Don't know. Aliens. It's not a hugely important feature, to be fair. It just seemed logical that if you deleted all the tiles in a station or an asteroid, then, well, it's not there anymore, because it's not there. But, whatever. Yeah, this one's got a fuel supply, that's useful. That's more. While I'm there, that was the other arcade machine. Little asteroids clone. Yeah. It serves a purpose. Not sure what that purpose is, but I'm sure someone will get something out of that. An oxygenated water world would be a nice place to build if we just started, but you don't need it, and it's miles away. Alright, where am I going? There. Steal their salads. Yeah. I'll leave them alone. And here we are at the v0.139 homeworld. Home system. And just like the Lintorians, they should have a port on them as well. An exotic trader. Nearly got enough organics to do one of those hand-ins. Don't need the seed trays. Don't really need a salad. arcade machine's not working. There we go. 2 whole bugs. Okay. That'll do. So, we've done that. I still have not found a pirate port, which I would guess I will find out here somewhere. Nope. There's a good one. Nope. Nope. Conscious I'm using lots of Petroop up doing that. Backtrack a bit. There we go, there's one. You never know, it might have a fuel supply on it. It doesn't, but you never know. Could have done. Right, so here, as the transmission from the pirate indicated, ask for Captain T. So I'm going to press T. You can see it's a bit dilapidated in the pirate port, and there's a special pirate shop. So in here, I want to buy one of them, because they're rare. Let's get a firework as well, just for the hell of it. Oh, I didn't realise you could buy gemstones in these as well. That's much cheaper. Might need to rebalance that, because I don't think I really intended for them to be that readily available. Fine. Okay. I don't need radium because I'm not trying to mutate anything. Yeah, okay. Right, so now if I went to my ready room on my ship, I should have a collectible now. Yeah, I have a little pirate flag now, just to say I found the pirates. And it shows up on the wall as well. So that's what I keep talking about when I'm talking about collectibles. There's a whole room full of them that you can find. So the normal cosmic database is still available on my ship and everything's fine, but if I go into the pirate port again, and then I go to the cosmic database in here, it's a bit corrupt, and they say there like they've taken it over. And if I go down to the superstructures, there are 4 additional superstructures that no, hang on, yeah, 4 additional superstructures that show here that you don't normally see. And eventually, for the storyline, I'm going to need that one. And you can see that if I leave that, I immediately get a transmission that says it's just found an energy signature out in the cosmos somewhere. So that initiates the storyline there. And if I zoom out and go to panning mode, I can see, where is it? Should have a little flashing indicator. Yeah, it's just there on the side of the screen. There's a little flashing blue arrow to direct me, and it's pointing me at the Grogoth system. So I mentioned I would be back. I will go back there to go find what it's talking about. But in the meantime, I need to get home, so let's just mark that as found. Is there anything else I want to do there? I don't really need to touch that worm. Let's just explore this one a minute. Anything good going on? Anything good going on? Nah. No, rubbish. Fine. Okay, let's go back home. Completely empty nebula. Refuel on the way. Exploring these really. Does that have a fuel on it? That's always just worth noting where they are. Don't think that's going to do it, no. So don't need that. Here. Don't need that. And we're back home. So, let's go pick everything up again. Couple of gems. Got a firework apparently. I was going to let off a firework in celebration. Let off one of them. Exploded in the sun. If I go out a bit, I think that'll be a bit more spectacular. Here. Yeah, firework. Still collecting my stuff. Don't know where that Guttelus ended up. Maybe, oh, he's over there. I ought to make it so they can just walk into volcanoes. It's kind of redundant that they can make grass into organics because you just get one organic from grass anyway, so whatever. They're just chewing it off and spitting it back out, I guess. Orb down because I don't need that with me. Just going to waste room. Get rid of that. Get rid of them. Upgrade that. So I only need 45 more of that. So I can probably buy that now. Okay, I'm now maxed out on pet troop storage, so I can fill up and then go more places, but really I need to be concentrating on the add-ons now, so it's time to go figure out how to make a shipyard, a ship factory even. So, we need 4 factories, so I need 20 lattices, and the rest is easy to get hold of. That's all easy to get hold of, and that's all easy to get hold of, so I just need 20 lattices. Let's turn the factory off to do that. And thankfully superstructures don't require power or workers or anything, so I can just build them and they work. There's Guttelus here somewhere. Oh, I forgot they could move on ice. Okay. Fine. Good old warbird Tangyat. Okay, that's one of them. Let's put some more parts in. No, leave them for a minute. They can sit in there until I need them. Need more of that. Start building that. Need some nitygen. That's enough for 2, that'll get me going. I can't do it now. Good. Do I have a bar thing I can do? Yeah, I can hand that in now. Where? I just need it again. Well, I don't have another 100. Okay, I need a few more conductors and things. Okay, that gives me all of the nitrogen that I need. Need conductors and supports. And then some walls. And a yard. There we go, that's a ship factory built. So, now I could go off and buy a load of add-ons and then install them. But probably the best thing to do is get some money first. Because although I'm able to do everything, I'm not spectacularly rich. I have had more in the game. what would it take to get a picker? Stiff fibres in a sunlight cup. And then it needs solar for it as well. I suppose I can tap it off that one. Just put one there. Probably have to build it afresh because that's got its yard. Just occurs to me it would be quite useful to have these harvest themselves. Just chucked a seed in the water there by accident. Right, let's go do that. That's got to be a good thing. Oh, I need stiff fibres as well. Right, so if I build that there, the conduit, a conductor with a sunlight absorber, and then I put plants around it. If I have yards going off up here somewhere, then I am free to put plants wherever I want. Right, so if I put the plants, I only get 2, okay. That's got a catchment area of 5 by 5, so if I put that there, and then I put nitrogen around them. Yeah, if I make the outer side of that nitrogen, so if I just do that can reach up to there. So all of them can have nitrogen. Can even do it over here. There's probably some others that I can get in the meantime. Yeah, it quickly becomes kind of, why didn't I do this in the first place with the pickers? Because it's like, it immediately just makes it easier to harvest. Right, so that... Yeah, so if I put like one there, and one there, I can have bubble plants all over the place then. There's probably a better pattern for this, but this will do for now, I reckon. make sure it works. There we go. Delicious bubbles. Some more yards for that because I want it to just be massive. Right, that's a bit better. Got actual money now. So I can start stocking up all the stuff I'm going to need for everything else. Lucrative little venture now. I think I'm going to demolish the other ones just because it's going to annoy me having a manual farm and an automatic farm. There we go, that should be all I need. Get rid of these, they're annoying me. I don't want to have to harvest you guys manually anymore. And there we go. Now I have an automatic bubble farm. I don't have to do that anymore. Right, I think I can go and start thinking of buying add-ons now. So, how much money have I got? Probably not enough just yet. Let the farm do its thing, let the valuables come in, our plating come in, a few more suppose. Okay, let's go with everything on after then. It's fine. Just go and install all of these add-ons in the ship factory. There we go. And nice green thrusters, and now when I move around it should be nice and nippy. Good. Right, so that means I can start doing black holes, wormholes. So, there is a wormhole right there. So, oh, I need nipper bars as well before I do that. Wasn't there a nipper on one of these planets? There. Is it on mine as well? That'd be handy. Nope. Might as well get it from here. Do it there. It's mine time again. Let's plant these. No, I don't need the factory, I just need refinery. So I need crayons, fluff, juice, sunlight cups, stiff fibre, a load of that stuff. That is so much nicer being able to just pick all the bubbles up and having to go across them all and press space the whole time. And what I'll do in a minute is get the other ship to add to his orders to do this. Adding any stiff fibers. I had from the start. It's paying off. I haven't had to touch the nurseries. Playing as monkeys is basically the skip nursery mod. details which I need for using wormholes. So I'm going to tell Warbird what's its face to also jettison anything that's got on it, and then come here and might as well jettison the stuff. Oops. There. New order. Onload. New order. Jettison as well. That I could do with going into another storage thing, probably. So he's going to go to there. Right, so with any luck, the right-hand storage yard should still fill up with fuel, and this one should be filling up with nipper bars. Obviously it will take him twice as long to do it now, because he's got twice as much to do, but here he comes, there we go, nipper bars. And I need to make that yard bigger. So, I now have money, fuel, and wormhole shots. So they can be down here on the way. Get rid of that. Get your lattices back. Why do they have two rods on me? What was I going to do with them? I'm sure I was going to do something clever with them. Right, I think one thing I haven't seen is a meteorite. Normally end up with one of them fairly early on as well. Oh well, I may not even be able to do the other storyline in that case. So it could take a while to get. Right, one thing I can do in the meantime is go off and get that yeah, that husk that I had from him. I need to go down there anyway. Right, I think it's probably... How are we doing on... It's probably wormhole time. Damaged communication array. I need to go fix that. Through some wormholes. So let's go up here to that one, and if I press H on it, it will go in, and I'll end up over here. I'm the first ship that's ever gone through a wormhole. Not really much point in exploring these now. Yeah, I'm not doing that. So I'm over here now, so that's a wormhole like that. And I can just do it from out here, so I can press H and do that. Other than that, it's not a million miles away from where I want to be. Okay, it's not that close. That's another wormhole. And that's got fuel on it, so that's some of that. Right, that's a bit closer. Okay. had fuel on it, but it's been destroyed. Okay, fine. So let's go along here. Inhabited planet. Yeah, there's a collectible. It's the collectible scrolls. Right, so I can go pick up this husk now. If I go to there and grab it, I now have the white orb. And I can go to Grogoth, which gets a different music track. And they're not happy about me being it. So we'll zoom in and look at their planets. And the energy signature that I picked up is because of this. There's an energy funnel on it. And they are attempting to charge it from a black hole, which for the minute doesn't work, but we don't want to find out. And there's another one on that planet. The Grog A and the Grog B have been rivals for easily 3 hours, 30 minutes. So, yeah, that's what they're up to, and we will disappear. What else do I need to do? I need to go back to that whale, wherever that was. That over there. Okay. Wait, was that really where it was? Surely there was a nearer one than that. Okay. Well, whatever. Just do a few more of these. This is one of these isolated wormhole systems. Zongazer's not going anywhere. Loros. Okay, fine. That's also on the hole. And so is that. Hopbox. That's Lintor. Just occurred to me, it would really suck if you went to an isolated wormhole system and you ran out of nipper bars. I don't even think you can buy them. Never got 7. Oops. Press the wrong button there. I'm just going to end up getting stuck somewhere. I need to go back manually. Don't quite have enough nipper bars to do that comfortably. It's making me nervous. I'm going to get trapped on one of those isolated ones without a way to get back. I would rather not destroy my ship and have to buy everything again. It's good fun destroying a ship, but then it's not good fun having to get everything afterwards. Right, I can dump the other orb there. So I was going to go to that worm. Let's just refuel a minute. So this one seems to be, you have to back away. Yeah, and you get an object, and that object is a dring seed. So you then have to go back and plant it somewhere. So I plant the dring seed there, then hopefully it will grow into a plant in relatively short order. Some stuff on it, doesn't it? It's always a good idea to not carry crayons on you because the pirates steal them if they get to you. It does specifically warn about that in there. They like to steal crayons. That's something I wanted to check. Does that plaque show up right in this? Yes, it does. Fine. Harvesting a dren plant, which is not growing. One thing I do need to start thinking about is the energy funnel to destroy the grog, and a lab. Yeah, it's going to be challenging because I don't know where I'm going to get the uranium from. I think there was subalt I can use over here. Might end up having to use some other systems. This one does not have what I need. Yeah. There we go. Got a dring plant with the dring fruit on it, so I can go back over to that whale, and then sitting at the whale I can go to the cargo bay and jettison a fruit and get an orb. So the whale's like, thank you for growing me a plant, here is an orb for your troubles. So, now I have 3 of the 5 orbs. One of them comes from a meteor, which is the one that's the one I have to build. And that is one of the clues that was in there, where it's talking about building 25 walls. So that's meant to be a bit of a clue for like, well, try building 25 walls in a square, which is what I'm going to do. And now that I've built 25 walls, it turned into a grey orb. When the cloud gets in the way, yeah, grey orb. So that is 4 of the 5 orbs found. Just need to find a meteor for the other one. I think if I go to the space station, I think if you sit in the bar, I think it tells you when meteors land. Rare artifact discovered on... Was it? What was the rare artifact? Did I do that? Oh, that was probably me finding the scrolls. Okay. Yeah, okay, well, meteors are elusive at the moment. As far as I'm aware, I haven't broken anything. I will check that before release, just make sure that they still can happen, right? Could just be that they are rare, which they are. I like that I put this Pigolus down over here, and he went nowhere near where I intended him to go. I was like, put him down in that isolated square so that he'll eat all of this organics, these organics, and he just went everywhere except for that. It's fine, I don't really need them now. Glad that the Titopops stopped appearing in this system. I haven't seen them for a while. Because Titopops can be a real nuisance sometimes. Right, I suppose I am now trying to build a energy funnel. I need a lab as well. Right, so I need to get all of this rhenium and subalt. So I need to find somewhere I can get subalt from. Hopefully somewhere nearby like this. Might as well grab some of these as well. Might actually have the rhenium in that I need. Ah, gemstones, nice. Any rhenium, any subalt, nope. Any rhenium or subalt, nope. Oops. Nope. There's rhenium. Right, I could process that myself, so let's just grab a bunch of that. Because I don't really want to be carrying around the enriched rhenium on my ship, because it could damage things. If I can just get away with carrying the normal rhenium, I can process it and leave it on the planet's surface where it's not going to do any harm. Should be enough. Has that got subalt on it? Ah, there's a meteor. Excellent. Okay. Well, I don't have to check that because they do work. So let's go process that meteor, and now I've got all the orbs. Put that. Oops. Why can't I not put that down? Hey, what's wrong with that? That's a bit weird. Huh. Okay, well, there was a bug there. For some reason I wasn't able to place a meteor. I don't remember that ever being a problem before, and I could clearly do it with the fill, so I don't know why I couldn't place it individually. Is that just all resources? Can I just do that? Alright. Huh. Is that something I changed recently? Yeah, I just fixed something. Alright, that's a side effect of something else, okay. Fix not being able to place in yards. That's definitely being fixed before this gets released, so there we go. Right, so I have all 5 orbs. I can take them with me and not build a plan like I keep doing when I'm trying to zoom out. Where did I put the red system? Was it that one? Might have been that one. Is this a rucksacks? Yeah, it is. Right. So, white goes at the top. And there. Ah, right, that really does break things. I can't do that anymore. Okie dokie. That's a bug. So, fine. I wasn't going to show the cutscene anyway, but yeah, definitely can't do it now. In short, those 5 orbs need to go in those positions that were shown on the debris that I found earlier. So, yeah. I'm sure people can try that and find out for themselves what happens, because I wasn't going to show it anyway. Okay, so that just leaves the grog storyline, so let's dump all these on the surface. Just nice to have. I don't think I need nitrogen. Right, that's fine, worth knowing. Good job I tested this, isn't it? I don't need any drain fruit really. Can't even really sell them anywhere. So it's then on to the subalt gene that I was looking for before. Is this not subalt? Yes, some subalt. Alright, so if I build a little mine thing, probably there'll do. Let's plan, oops, plan that. I only need the bars, and then I can get what's his face to come and bring him over again. Get rid of that. Some of those orders, we need more stuff from that. Is this one set? Don't need that. One of them plonking some workery dudes, put in a mine, fill it up with yards, potanium ore. Is there any potanium in the system? That'd be really handy if there was. No. Can I buy it? I think I can buy it. Okay, and then that can just accrue there. Not with that attitude. Right, that can then collect as soon as I see where they process in there. So let's get the warbird tangyat again to collect those and go to my system and then plonk them down somewhere sensible. I mean, ideally they need to be around a lab, so the lab can feed off of like that power source or something. The lab can go there. So if we put yards around it, I think labs only need power. I hope so. That can lead to here to offload and then jettison. Right. Means I need a conduit there and a bubble fruit and enrich uranium. So if we turn off this mine and empty this all out, put all the uranium ore in there, I can do that while I go get some crayons and stuff. Crayons. Forgot what the other one was. Probably something obvious. Bubble fruit, yeah, which I can just get from here. The subalt's coming in. Enriched uranium is there. And the reason I need a lab processing subalt bars is that I need a higher science rate to fire the energy funnel that I intend to build. So I might as well do this bit while I can. Don't really need that anymore. That might as well fill back up. Yeah, that's the enriched uranium. One lab, and he's just gonna sit there chuntering away. And now I think if I, yeah, there we go, science rating's going up, so that's cool. I can go there. Right, now I need to build an energy funnel, which needs 64 sunlight cups. Which is expensive. Needs a bunch of glass as well, from what I remember. It's got a million supports, and a million conductors. Might as well go down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Glass, right, okay. See how much easier everything gets when you go on automated bubble farm. Need more uranium, it's fine. Oh, lemium as well, I forgot about that. And a lemon, resin crystal, rantin, sillard, lemium. I can't remember how you make the half of this stuff anymore. One step at a time, let's do the uranium. I think you need the science rating to be full per fire of the energy funnel. What else does this need? So how do you make lemium go? Lemium is gold and letin, so if I just go and get 10 letin, then I can put it over here. Do I have somewhere I can get that from? selenium gel. It's just the enriched radium I need, so I can have its radium back and I can have its radium. One enriched radium, please. Thanks. Right, and then it's just the resonating crystal. So Rantin and Sillard. I'm pretty sure I could just buy Sillard. Can you buy Sillard? Yeah, 50 of them. And Rantin. How do you make that? Rhenium and Letin. So I need 15 Letin. Where was I getting my radium ore from? Something like that, wasn't it? Yeah. 15 of them. Didn't mean to get 16, but whatever. Just drop that into the sun. Let's go back here. How do you combine them again? It's going to be a thingy there. Take them out. Put in some Latin ore there. Like that. So, yeah, I can't use it because the science rating's too low, so I need this to count up a bit. It's good that it's already doing that. Of course, there's a bunch of other superstructures to build as well, but they aren't crucial for the story, they're just extra things you can do. I'm not going to try and tackle them now, because this video is approaching 4 hours, and I'm nearly done with the main storyline, so that'll probably do it for the minute. I think I've found the bugs that I was looking for, if there were any at all, which there are. I think I've covered most of pretty much everything in the universe. Let's drop this enriched uranium down, because it's just going to cause problems. What were the other two add-ons? How do you make them? Lemium gel, hard plating, and Rantin and sunlight cup. So Lemium and Rantin again. I've already forgotten how you make. Letin's was a uranium and letin, I think I needed. Them in like that. Do that. Right, that's one of them. So then it was like a hard plating and that? Is that the one? I feel like that wasn't the one. Add on lemium, hard plating, rantin and sunlight. That's not that. Lemium comes from over here. Let's put that in. That's a lemium. So that needs to go into the factory. Like that. No, still got that wrong. It's not that one, it's that one. Probably would help if I wasn't trying to build them at the same time. There we go. Okay, so then that's the engineering hardening one, just sunlight cup. Was it 2? I don't know. Just get a couple. And then that one ends up being rantin and there must be one sunlight cup. Hopefully get the other add-on out of that. In the meantime, science rating's nearly full. There we go. Got the long range scanner. That can go back on. Just gobble up some of them. And install these. Bink, bink. So now I can go to the bridge and go long range scan. So I can see that there's ore in a system nearby, some calcium nearby, or stuff like that. And the other one means that in the cargo bay I can not be damaged by the radiation from things like enriched uranium, so I can do like mutations and stuff like that. But I don't need to right now because I've done all that. But could have been useful earlier on. Right, so that's nearly done. Maybe if I go speed it up a bit, it's just about to come in with some. The shipment of subalt bars is on its way. Science rating go up. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Oh, it is. Okay, I can charge it. Charging the solar panel as a energy funnel. So now I can go Grogoth, zoom in, and fire it at that. Firing an energy funnel. I've eliminated half the problem. Please return to my homeworld. We have something for you. And yeah, there you go, here's a station kit. So I can now go to a system that doesn't have a space station, like this one, and go into my cargo bay and drop this space station out the back door. And there's now a space station there. Wow. It's not super useful, it just might provide some things that people are missing, so that's fine. And I've got some firelights in the meantime as well, so I can drop all of them. Should have probably dropped them individually, but I dropped them all at once. Oops. So yeah, that is probably about all I'm going to show in this video. because anything else either needs tweaked, fixed, or is a secret anyway, deliberately. So there we go. I hope people have enjoyed that. That was Startron 0.139. Should be coming out on Steam in the not too distant future. I hope people have enjoyed that. Have fun.